does it make any difference? Like, it helps if you talk louder.
Yeah, he needs help with. I don't think so. Nope. The mic is fine. So just clip that to your.
Sure. Here.
Yeah.
Wanna do it? Go on.
And talk?
Hello. 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 Okay.
Yeah, about that
Louder. Okay. That's fine.
Keeping track of time, I will start making obscene gestures at you. And also, and you've got your own timer. That's excellent. Then we're good. Okay. Then we're good. We're good. All right, welcome all of you caffeinated people. Everyone's had coffee. Everyone is ready for understanding large code bases. I have one general announcement. There's going to be a group photo. The Academy group photo is at 1. So that's after this talk session. It's at 1. It's in the other room. Be there or you will be left out of the group photo. And we want everyone, you, and you, and you, and you, and even him, in the group photo. So, without further ado, Tarcisio is a fisher of code bases.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I like the number of people. I am going to present about an open source software tool for comprehending huge code bases. CodeVis is a software developed by CodeSync, and it's part of a project sponsored by Bloomberg. This talk has two main parts. In the first part, I'm going to give an overview of the tool itself, how it works, and there is a little bit of echo, I must be careful, how it works. And then in the second part, I am going to show you how did I use the tool in some KDE software as an experiment. And the first slide, I wanted to make sure everyone takes like an idea on how more or less the tool is. So this is the graphical user interface part of the tool. Basically, you can load your code, your C++ code. It generates a relational database representation of your code, and then you can open this database in your the interface, and you can drag entities, move them around. You have plugins that you can paint them in a different way. You can bring the external dependencies and inspect them as well. You can create tabs, you can create split views and everything. I mean, everything related to the interface is fairly the usual things that you may expect from usual CAD-like software. Zoom in, zoom out, filter. Filter is something that's really useful because when you have a large database, I mean a large code base of C++ code, sometimes you have like too many information in the screen and you need to find something, so you can filter out other things and visualize only the things you want to see. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure this was covered, so that's why it's the first slide. So the tool is based in the ideas from John Lakos, which is written in his books. I have some copies over here if anyone wants to take a picture of how it goes. But I need to at least give you the basics. I won't cover, like, this thing is huge, right? I won't cover everything, but I need to cover the basics. So the basic idea is you have two kind of aspects. You have the physical level design and the logical design. In the physical part of it, basically the idea is to have components. Components are basically pairs of C++ code and a header file. So if you have a CPP file plus a header file, you put those things together and you say you have a component. You may have a test driver for the component, which usually it's named as the component name .t.cpp. T stands for test. The logical part is basically the classes, structures, and everything that's real code. And the physical parts are basically the files, folders, and the structure outside the physical domain, the logical domain, sorry. So yeah, again, logical level are those round-shaped things. So those are classes, structures, or something like that. So classes goes inside a component, which, like I said, is a CPP plus a header file in this model. Components may depend on other components, which then you have an arrow. Basically, if you have an include file, an include between a header file to another file, then you have a dependency between components. Then we draw an arrow between them. This is the component level dependency. And then if you put many components inside a folder, what you have is a package. And if you have many folders inside another folder, you have a package group. So yeah, this is the basic idea of the organization suggested by Lakos in his book. Of course, there are a lot more to cover. This is just so that everyone gets an idea of what I'm talking about here. So also, you have this kind of level-led design thing that you can see that everything that depends on other things you can put like above the things that are less dependent and so on. John talks a lot about the levelization techniques in his books. So yeah, for the tool itself, what we do is we use LLVM to parse the code, like read your code base. And we have basically two steps. Like the first step is a physical scanner, where I find all the source codes and the include headers from one file to other. So for those, we grab those information and put in the database. And then in the second part, we have the logical scanner, which finds all the classes, structures, and everything related to the logical level, and the relationship between those and the physical level design. Everything is moved to the database. It's a relational database. And then finally, you can visualize the database using the tool, as I said before. There might be some problems though. Not everyone do code in this particular I mean, for instance, in KDE, it's not necessarily true that you have one single header file for a single CPP file. So that's like breaks the rule. In order to solve that, perhaps solve is not the right word here, but in order to being able to use the tool in that different kind of situation where you don't necessarily have a CPP and a header file composing a component, we ended up bringing this idea of semantic rules, which is optional. So basically what it does is, if you have a different structure, if you have a different way of composing your components, then you can say, hey, I don't do it like that, I do it a little bit different. I will tell you how I do it, and then when you parse the code, when you do your physical scan, please make sure you take in consideration my rules so that I can still use the tool to bring some semantic to my code, to my database. So these will be used in the second part to parse some KDE kind of code. Okay, some features overview. In the graphical user interface, if you have a relationship between two packages, you don't necessarily have to inspect each package to see what are the dependencies between those two packages. So imagine that you have a folder, you have another folder, some components from the first folder depends on some components on the second folder. And let's say you want to remove this dependency. Which files do you think you need to modify in order to remove this dependency? Well, the tool gives you an option to inspect real quickly which files from package A depends on which files in package B. So you have a list of components that you may have to change in order to break the dependency between the packages. So this is dependency inspector thing. Dependency types. Sometimes a component depends on other component, but only for testing purposes. Like it's not a dependency directly in your code. It's a dependency more in your test driver. So you can recognize those. You can tell the software, like, I have a set of rules that I'm allowed to depend on this particular component, but not necessarily I do depend on it. So if you want to give those rules, the tool can help you visualize if you are allowed to depend on a subset of components, if you like. This is optional, by the way. It's just something that we have. Okay, code generation. I need to be careful here. Code generation here has nothing to do with artificial intelligence or anything like that. It's just that we have some templates where you can loop over all the entities from your representation in the user interface and generate files for it, because in the tool you can not only inspect and load your source code, you can generate new entities by creating new packages, new components, putting relationships between them interactively directly from the user interface. So this is possible. You can generate first your design and generate code from template files based on this design. This works by basically putting a Python file. So it's a Python script that loops over all entities, and for each entity you have a function, a Python function, where you can say, hey, I want you to do that, which is basically create a file, put those contents using these templates, and he will put everything together. Plugins. We've been working on several plugins for the system because we want the community to be able to produce more and more plugins and more functionalities, and you can have the possibility to inspect and visualize your code in different ways. So today, we have basically two types of plugins. The first one is a C++ plugin, and the second one is a Python plugin. The difference is basically the language, but they do basically the same thing. I just noticed that when I do that, can everyone hear me well? Like, okay, that's fine. So yeah, we have basically some hooks in the code where in some specific parts you can implement this hook and say, hey, I want to plug something here and do something different. The basic plugin system thing. The Python plugin infrastructure is a work in progress, just for you to be aware. So for instance, I've developed a code coverage plugin. So what you can do is you have a representation of your code base. I'm really sorry about the quality of the image, by the way. I'd have to resize it just to make sure everyone could see in the a little bit ugly. Anyway, let's say you have your code base loaded in the tool. It's just a bunch of components, representation of entities, which is the red and orange things in the right side. You can paint those based on code coverage information. So red means this component is not tested or very little tests attached to it. Orange would mean you have some tests, you could do better. And you could also show the code coverage report, which brings up this little panel in the side where you can inspect which parts of the code, the actual code, is being covered by test or not. This is, as a plugin, this is basically done using the gcov software behind it. We don't do anything related to the coverage itself. We just bring the functionalities from external software as a plugin to our software. CI tools, or command line interface tools, to be honest, you have a possibility of generating only the database file, like only the relational database, and not the project file for visualization, if you like. We've been using the command line interface tools basically as a way to output our own system from the CI. So we run the CI, and as an artifact from the output, you have those two lacosdiagram.db and I mean, you can name whatever you like, but you have a DB file and an LKS file. The DB file is the raw relational database, and the LKS file is basically the database plus some metadata so that you can visualize in the graphic user interface part of thing. So yeah, you have this set of tools that you can use either for CI or just try to use in your command line if you like. You can do either in the command line or you can do it in the graphical user interface, the code generation thing. So yeah, the second part is basically applying all those things in the KDE software, not everything, but I just picked some software and try to use the tool to see how it works and if I had any issues, and try to fix the issues as I go. So the KDE frameworks, I'm using KF5 here because that's what I have. It's a set of 83 add-on libraries from programming to Qt. I'm just reading right now. Divided into categories and tiers. Tier 1 have no dependency within frameworks. Tier 2 can only depend on Tier 1. And Tier 3 can depend on any tier, including itself. So yeah, if you use the tool and bring the KEO resource and network access abstraction, I don't work with it. I don't know anything about it, so I just try to use the tool to inspect it. You get this kind of image where you can see basically the relationship between the package, the KEO package, and the other ones. But it's not necessarily easy to see the tiers here. So what I did is I created a Python plugin to paint each project in a different way so that I can inspect that in fact KEO is tier 3, and I can also take quick glance that the other packages are tier 2 and 1. There are some, I mean, I'm only showing here Kio and its dependencies, not necessarily the dependencies of the dependencies, so it's a one level thing. That's why you have a bunch of arrows coming out of Kio, but no arrows coming out of, let's say, the Bellow ones. It's unreadable, I know, but the point is the uppermost thing is Kio, and the ones below it are the dependencies, basically. So in order to build a plugin, at least the relevant part is real straightforward. You just have to iterate over all the entities being shown in the interface, and you can paint each package in a different color depending on which tier you think it is. So this is the kind of thing you can do. I mean, it's a very, very basic plugin that you can do. Kate, I chose Kate because it's one of my favorite softwares from KDE. And what I did more specifically is, I mean, this is Kate. You have basically roughly 2 layers, like the actual application and many plugins below. I mean, it's unreadable, I know. But if I want to say inspect the plugins, I can like pick one, open it, and filter out everything else. And then I don't know anything about these plugins. I didn't open the source code. I don't know anything else about them, but I can start to, you know, understand how it works only by looking at its architecture inside. So I know that in the right, oh, I'm sorry, it's cut over there, but I hope it's easy to see. But anyway, you can kind of see that there is an hierarchical structure going on, and you can also see that there are several cyclic dependencies going on as well, which sometimes is something that you may want to get rid of, depending on the case. You have very complicated plugins. I mean, some plugins have many cycles. It's hard to see which component has what level, what's the set of dependencies a single component have. It's kind of hard to see. So for this particular plugin, and I'm not interested in visualizing exactly which plugin is, but let's say I choose this plugin and I'm trying to understand it. If I read the source code, I will probably have like a bunch of include files going on between them, but I don't have like a general idea of the structure of the plugin. By looking with the tool, I know that, oh wow, I have a component. Can you see my mouse? No. Yes. I have a component over here that looks like it has many dependencies, but I have other components like down here that don't have any dependency at all. So the ones that don't have any dependencies perhaps are like some utilities or something like that. I can start to understand the code by looking at its structure. That's my point. Still, about the plugins, one thing that I've noticed is that even the plugins that have a small structure, they struggle to get rid of this cyclic dependency between the plugin itself and the main widget of the plugin. So it seems like there's some sort of, I don't know, attached dependency going on, and everyone thinks that the plugin and the main widget of the plugin must be somehow depending on each other. I don't know why, but it's just something that I noticed. Maybe it's an useful information. So yeah, let's pick one and try to, let's say, fix. So this is a very simple color picker plugin that had a cyclic dependency for some reason. But I found out it was basically an in-used include going on. So the tool will, like I said, go through all the includes and say, hey, you have a dependency between this component to the other component because I found an include between this component and the other component. But if the header is not used, then I can remove it and I don't have a cycle anymore because there was no real cycle going on anyway. So yeah, you can also like use other tools to verify and find in-use and includes, but apparently no one did, so this tool picked this one in specific. So yeah, this is the kind of thing that you may want to try. Console, which we picked because basically Thomas is working with me and he's a maintainer of console. So yeah, console has, again, mixed architecture. You have some cycles going on between the packages. I tried to pick one, and let's try again to resolve the cycle dependencies as an exercise. So this is a little bit more interesting. In order to remove the cycles, I needed to change the code a little bit. And in the first one, let me go back again. I have two cycles. Problem is, I want to remove those cycles in order to have a more natural structure, natural architecture without cycles going on. So in order to do that, I needed to move out some code to avoid having this extra dependency. So move code to avoid cyclic dependency was the first thing that I did in one component. And in the other component, instead of directly depending on the other component, what I did was to create a signal and then read the signal and make sure you don't have the explicit call for the other component. So after I did that, I have this like layerlet kind of thing going on in this particular package within console, which is a profile package, by the way. Kcache grind. I choose this one because I just wanted another one, no reason really. So yeah, it's huge again. And for this one, I want to show, let's say, again, I'm interested in removing the cycles, but I mean, I can even see the cycles, right? There's just a bunch of things going on. So you can use the cycle detection plugin in order to, help you finding the cycles within the code. So what it does is what it does is to give you a list of cycles, and you can click in a single item and it will paint the cycle, and then you can filter out everything else and see only that particular cycle that you're trying to solve. So let's get rid of the in-use and include one, which just to let you know, those two images is for the same thing. The first example, I just removed the dummy in-use and include thing, and I want to proceed to inspect why the other cycle is going on. So basically, from a software that I had no knowledge about, I'm able to inspect, find cycles, remove the dummy and use an include case, and then proceed to start improving the software, like removing the other cycles by really inspecting and going down to the actual code. And again, I had no idea about the code before I started, which is a good thing. So for this particular case, what I did, I opened the component and I started understanding why you had this cycle between two components, and then I came down to the logical level So in the logical level, you have many classes in this particular component, which may be, so basically when you open the file, a CPP file, you have, in this particular case, many classes. It was, I don't know, thousands of lines of code with many classes. I mean, it's a way to solve things. I won't judge. I wasn't there to, but the usual thing, it's more common to see code where you have more or less 1, 2, or perhaps 3 classes per component. So one suggestion would be to split the component in several other components, only to avoid having this fake cyclic dependency. Because what is going on is you have so many things, so many classes within a single component that when you need like 2 classes, you will bring not only those 2 classes, but all other classes with you. And then you end up having a cycle, but in the logical level, it's not a real cycle. Anyway, it's just that this is the kind of thing that, I mean, for a newcomer, is hard to see, I guess. For someone that never reads the Kcache green code, it would be impossible to, know that those things are going on. And finally, for future work, we have some ideas. Basically, add more hooks for the plugin system. One idea that we have is the Knowledge Island plugin, which is basically, let's say you have a team of people and you have a high, let's say people who are coming in and out and you have no real control over it. But in the code, you know who works on what. So let's say in the image in the left, you have a single component which I painted red when only one developer had altered it. You have only one developer that has changed it, created, and did everything in the code. So it may be a good idea to put more effort and bringing more people to bring more knowledge about that particular component. So green is when you have more people involved in the component. Orange is when you have like 2 people or so. And red is when you have only one developer and you may want to put more effort, bringing more people, changing that code, maybe writing some tests, maybe doing some, I don't know, bug fixes. Code complexity and recommendations plugin is something like if you have, let's say, a single component with many lines of code, you can paint those red, or you can bring a box and filter out those things using the plugin. Those are all just ideas, by the way, those are not implemented yet. But basically, the code complexity plugin idea is to have something that tells you, hey, this is a subset of your code that does too much. Please try to, I don't know, break it up in several components, or extract to another package, or do something about it. It may be a point where you want to improve your code. And community ideas, that's why we are here, one of the reasons. If you have some idea that you use it to, and I don't know, we want to inspect something specific, or you want to do anything with our plugins, please just let us know, and we will do our best to help us. Yeah. And the other set of ideas is regarding exploiting the relational database. One thing that I mentioned before is we read your code using LLVM. We create a relational database representation of your code. And then on top of that, we visualize your code. Visualization is just one aspect, right? You can do many other things using the relational database. For instance, I did a bunch of examples where I found unused includes. Those can be automated, right? I mean, I can look the relational database and I can create a Python script or other software that just reads and change the code and remove the in-user include for me, and then boom, I don't need to do it by hand. Include what you use kind of too. So you have, let's say, component A depending on component B depending on component C, and in component C you can be using entities for component A but not including them. I mean, there are some people that like to use it, that's fine, but if you don't like to use it like that, you can create a tool to require to have an explicit include from component C to component A to solve this kind of issue. Automatic bindings generation. So, like I said, you have a relational database representation of your code base. That means you have a table in a database filled with all your classes. You can iterate over all those classes and generate, I don't know, Python bindings, for instance, or some other thing that you like to go through all the classes, inspect for each class which method they have, and create some sort of anything you like with those information. Bindings is just one example. And yeah, before thank you, I just need to take some considerations. Like I said, this project, this software is written by CodeSync, and it's part of a project, bigger project, sponsored by Bloomberg. Bloomberg has lots and lots of great people, really, really smart people doing software development. Not many people know that they build software, to be honest. One thing that... Oh, we found the source. Yeah, they have so many really smart people working with modern C++, working with real complex software, and they are actually hiring. And Harold, over there, if you like to talk to him, like to inspect a little bit about that, just like I said, talk to him and he will give you some more details. For instance, they have John Lakos, they have which wrote the book. By the way, I'm giving you 2 books for the first 2 questions, perhaps. Like, I will open to questions, and whoever do the questions will grab a book. And finally, we open sourced the tool a few weeks ago. I don't remember when it was. Anyway, it is on GitLab. Please take a look, hack around, break it, and report. We are actively taking suggestions. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay.
I'm the session chair. I get to ask the first question. At the beginning, you talked about translation units as the fundamental part you're working with. Do you integrate with the build system or meta build system to take things like CMake targets into account?
This is a good question. We are working on it. For now, what we do is we provide that set of command line tools in order to enable you to try to do it yourself. But Thomas is doing some work in this direction, and I think we will have some more things going on in that way soon.
I got several questions, so if there are any other hands? So on paper, when you describe the pipeline, it feels like it's not that far-fetched to think that it might be made C++ agnostic. So I'm wondering how much of the implementation currently is making strong C++ assumptions all the way to the model?
We have some assumptions. We've been trying to get rid of them, and I think the plugin system may be a way for that. Like, the answer is we have some assumptions and we are working on it, and if you have any suggestions, specific suggestion when you try to do it, to use the code and you break something and you think it should be better, just let us know and we will improve it. Basically, this is the way. Because for the cases that we've been trying, it is all fine, but I know that there may be cases where you need some, changes in the code. That's true, yeah.
Okay, can I ask you something? So for the visualization part, you've shown only graphs, right? Dependency graphs.
The visualization part?
Yes, you've shown only graphs, right? Not edges.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, did you try to produce dependency structure matrices as well, or?
Not yet. This is something that you are not the first one asking for it, and we don't have it. But I mean, there is a lot of ideas, right? This is one of them. It's been asked before. We didn't do it yet, unfortunately, but this is something that we know that we need to do eventually, yes.
Okay, Kevin already took the question about other languages, like QML, for instance. But another question I'd have is, what are you using for visualization?
What do we?
Like which library?
Basically Qt. Qt. Okay, I see your point. Okay. Let me answer again. We use Qt and it's awesome. It's it's great. we have no issues over that. I mean, it just works. It's amazing.
So right now it's quite an expert tool. Have you thought about focusing on actionable advice so that people who don't already know what's in the book can use it and start working right away?
No, but I think, if I remember correctly, I think we did some discussion in this direction, but we did not evolve it. Yeah, this is a good idea, I think. It's just not done. If you think this is something that interested you, open an issue and we will probably try to put it in our tasks and make it. I mean, like I said, there are many suggestions and many ideas. We just need to prioritize them and make sure we pick the ones that community really likes to have and begin with those, perhaps, yeah.
I see there's more questions in the room, but we're out of time. Is there a BOF?
Not yet. We can
schedule
do it.
one. Make it happen.
That's fine.
Because there's lots of interest, I can tell. All right, thank you. Let's give. Another reminder, the group photo is at 1 in the other room, and in 4.5 minutes we will have a talk on Matrix, I think.
So, decentralization, why are we talking about it? What is it? Decentralization means that there's no central instance. Like most existing messaging services have one central server that distributes everything between all the users, which works unless it doesn't work. For example, if that server is down. So in that case, we need to find a better solution. Also, have you all ever used Twitter in the last year? Or Reddit in the last 2 months? Yeah, so now the question remains, how do we do it? And the obvious answer is you do everything yourself. Or you better not do that and use something that exists, like Matrix or ActivityPub. First, what is Matrix? I'm sure most of you know it to some degree because we're using it at this conference, but Matrix is a decentralized communication protocol, meaning that you can choose a server, like you would, for example, do when you're using email, and then you can use that server and still talk to anyone on any other server, which means it's federated, which basically means the same thing as decentralized in this context. It's also end-to-end encrypted, so the server can't even read what you're writing if you're in the correct type of room. And it's open. It's a specification. You can read it, you can change it, you can add to it, you can do half-baked implementations on it and sell them to people. Wait, that's another slide for me. So, why do we care about Matrix? As I said, we're using it. We're using it in KDE, we're using it for this conference. We have our own server for it, we have a client for it that we may or may not develop. And yes, also it's quite useful for us because we can use it for other things. We can extend it, because after all, it's just putting some data somewhere and retrieving it on the other end. Now over to Carl.
Yeah. So Tobias talked about Matrix. I will start talking about ActivityPub. ActivityPub is a bit similar to Matrix in terms of IDs, but it's more for social networks where you want your data to be public. That's why there is no end-to-end encryptions, because that's just like a public network. But it's also federated, like Matrix. So you can run any server and then chat with others in other servers. And it's also like open. There's an open specifications by the V3C, the web standards. And yeah. Next. Yeah. So why do we care about the Mastodon in the Fediverse? KDE has 2 clients for Mastodon, Tocodon, which I'm one of the developers, and Shotcock, which is like a general Twitter, Mastodon kind of client. But like there's like not only Mastodon, there's like many implementations of the ActivityPub protocol. Mastodon is like a Twitter alternative, like as a microblogging. There's Lemmy, which is more like a link aggregator, like Reddit. There's PixelFed, which is a bit more Instagram, where you can share photos and stories. Funkwell, which is more about music, where you can share music and talk about music. Bookworm is more for book reviews. Nextcloud Social, which is like Mastodon but integrated into Nextcloud. Mobilism, which is more like to organize events, like a bit like Facebook events, where you can just create an event and then like people can participate and say they are going to participate to the event. PeerTube, which is for video streaming, a bit like YouTube, but just open source, and yeah. And that has like really much our values about privacy, open source, and like you have the control of your data. You can host your own server, like I'm currently hosting lemmy.kde.social on my server. Yeah.
So, federation, how does it work? Here in the middle, the squares are servers. server is basically what your mail server would be under some name, for example, gmail.com or whatever your company uses. And then you have user accounts, which are on any of these servers, and mostly only talk directly to this server and not to others. The communication with users from other servers is routed via those servers, which also has the nice effect that other users or other servers don't typically see your IP address, so they don't know who you are, where you are, and couldn't easily get information about you they shouldn't have. The nice thing is, if let's say in this case the matrix.org server would go down for whatever reason, the other users could still communicate with each other. And if the server goes back up, ideally it would also get the old messages and then everything would be fine. In this setup there could be like changes in the order of messages every once in a while because the different servers receive them in different orders, but nothing that would have a dramatic effect really. Now, federation also brings some problems. For example, it really assumes that every server participating there sticks to the rules of the specification. For example, here, if one server was malicious and collected all data and exported it somewhere, or if a server would be banned from a room and some other server just wouldn't honor this ban, then we would have a problem. In general, the assumption here is that a server that doesn't adhere to the rules would also be banned in itself. So yeah, there's this assumption that ultimately it's going to work out. This also plays into moderation, where moderation is somewhat tricky here because the users can just create new accounts, and if their server is banned, they can create new servers, and this is a bit of a cat and mouse game between banning users and the users coming back, where there's really no amazing solution other than making sure that there's no reason for it to start at all.
Oh yeah, I mean, like for ActivityPub is mostly the same. I mean, the protocols is like a subscribe push solution where, as an actor inside the ActivityPub Fediverse ecosystem, you subscribe to some feeds, and then you get a push notification on top. Also when you subscribe to a feed, and then the other actor create a message, they send some push to your server with the new messages. And yeah.
So let's talk about one of the nicer things Matrix has, which is encryption. In general, there's roughly two broad kinds of encryption we could talk about here. The first thing is transport encryption, so what you know as SSL or TLS, or in the form of what SSH uses, what HTTPS uses. This is relatively solved. Every communication should use this. It does when you're using emails. It does when you're browsing most sane websites. It also is used by default everywhere in Matrix and ActivityPub. And yeah, the more interesting thing is end-to-end encryption, which is an encryption that goes all the way from your client when you're sending a message or whatever to the other end, to the other client, so that the servers in between cannot read those messages at all. This makes this whole thing a lot nicer because then you suddenly need even less trust in the server you're using. In Matrix, this is implemented using two algorithms called OLM and MacOLM. How those interact and how they work exactly isn't too relevant. Just, you can encrypt rooms. They are not always encrypted by default, especially like large group rooms where encryption wouldn't even necessarily make sense, because why would you encrypt a public room? It's public information anyway. Of course, encryption also has some problems. For example, if you join late to an encrypted room, getting those old messages can be tricky, depending on the implementation or even the specification, and how well the Matrix clients behave, to be honest. But most of the times it works relatively fine.
Yeah. For ActivityPub, like I said previously, there's no encryptions because it's a public network. but there is some work on Mastodon to have some end-to-end encryptions, at least for the private messages. There's an API for that to use the same protocol, encryption protocol as Matrix, but it's unfortunately not implemented by any clients. So if someone wants to implement that, in, for example, Togodon, that would be really great. Yeah.
So, you've probably all seen this comic at some point. And you're probably all using WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, iMessage, Slack, emails, IRC, Matrix, and all those other things, and are quite annoyed by it. That's why bridges exist. A bridge is fundamentally just a software that transfers messages from one system to another system. This basically works everywhere because you just need an account for it, except that in most cases the user experience would be quite bad because the bridge would just post messages as a user and then somehow fake the multi-user aspect of it in a message, which really doesn't lead to good user experience. Everyone who's used the old bridge between Telegram and IRC and Matrix and KDE knows what I'm talking about. This is why Matrix supports bridges natively, in a way that a bridge can create user accounts on the fly for any user that exists on the bridge on the other bridge networks. This results in a user experience that is really nice on Matrix, if it works. But to some degree still depends on what the other system is. For example, if you're bridging to or from IRC, the messages that land in IRC will still obviously not have any images natively because IRC doesn't do that. So they would be uploaded somewhere and the link would be posted. But from the Matrix side, it looks fine. In KDE, we have also some problems with bridges. For example, we have a Telegram bridge that is landed in some spam list of Telegram, so we can't really manage it. Yay. But yeah, bridges are generally nice. You can bridge to anything. There are bridges for basically anything. There are bridges that send avian carriers, I think. Yes.
So there is like already like multiple use cases where you can basically reuse Mastodon or Matrix in uncommon ways. And for example, what I did like a few years ago was to use Mastodon to post comments on your blog. Like for example, my blog post, like if you can comment on that using your Mastodon account, you can just basically like just give me like a link to the post where you can comment, and then I just sync the comments between the blog and the Mastodon. A similar feature exists also with Matrix. Yeah, there's a Cactus project which does exactly the same thing, allow you to comment on blog posts using the Matrix account. I'm personally more fond of the Mastodon solution because it's a bit less cumbersome to post because you don't need to join a room beforehand. You can just like post a normal message. It's more native. I think that's okay. We also like started adding Matrix in Akademy. So it was mostly Volker who did the work for that. Like KDE Community, if you don't know about it, it's like a really, really great applications where you can store all your hotel reservation, flight reservation, train reservation, bus reservation, like everything like what is useful for your travel can be stored inside the applications. There's a KDE.org for travelers page which explains what Akademy is, and you can see like little screenshots of Akademy. And the goal was to be like privacy. We care, it's like KDE, we care about privacy, and to try to make as much as possible local, but we still try to implement matrix, because with matrix we can have this sort of communications between multiple clients, but end-to-end encrypted, which is like and although we don't need to hardcode a server or anything, like you can just use a normal matrix account for that. Yeah. And yeah. Like for example, one use case that we integrated in Itinerary is to import mobilization events inside Itinerary. So you can just like give an URL of mobilization event, and then it will fetch the activity pub event by doing like an activity pub request to the event, and then you have like your event imported inside Itinerary. So you can have that in your schedule.
So let's go back to Matrix now. At this point, you may be wondering, Matrix is a chat system. How would you use that in Itinerary, and why would you do that at all? Because if you look into the settings, you might see this login form and realize that that's exactly what we did. It started with the thought of, so when you're traveling, you may be traveling in a group, or you may even be traveling to an event in Greece where there's like 100 people using more or less the same software. Would be quite cool to show others like where the hotel is, where the venue is, where you need to go when. So we did that. We added a button to the menu where you can share some location that pops up in your itinerary timeline and share that to Matrix. So far, that could also be handled different ways, for example, using purpose to share it to generic locations. But with Matrix, we can go deeper. For example, what we also did is we implemented live location sharing. So while you're on a train, or maybe even a plane, if you have internet and GPS there, you could show the other people live where you are. So that would make it easier to find someone, for example. Can you do this, please? And of course, since we're talking Matrix and we're also developing a native Matrix client, we have implemented the other end of it there, where you can see that I am indeed currently in Greece. Another thought I had was about an existing problem of Itinerary. Itinerary is quite good at extracting data, for example, from a website or from Kmail, or with a work in progress thing even from Thunderbird. Kai, please finish that. But what is still a bit lacking is transferring these things from your desktop or a laptop or whatever to your phone where you're most likely to use it, or your Steam Deck. What exists so far for that is, for example, KDE Connect, which is not quite ideal, since KDE Connect is relatively dependent on having a local network where you can actually create a connection between the two devices. And for example, while you're traveling, you probably don't have that. So what we do want is a way of transferring files and JSON data between different devices in a way that does not require like a common local area network, and ideally is secure, so encrypted. Sounds like Matrix, smells like Matrix, so I started to implement that using Matrix. And I can't quite show it to you because it's quite heavy work in progress, but it does work.
Yeah, and there's like a lot more ways which we could like integrate Matrix and Mastodon inside KDE. Like for example, we could like create purpose plugins. Purpose is a framework which we are using in the share buttons everywhere in KDE, and we could like have a share with Matrix or share with Mastodon, and then like just open Tocodon or NeoChat to share the files. Another idea is to use Matrix as a eTIP handler. As a eTIP stands for e-calendar transfer independent protocol. which is like basically like the protocol to send calendar invitations. So if you want to organize a meeting, you could like use, instead of sending an email, you could send a matrix message, which can be quite useful if, for example, you want to organize a meeting to a matrix room. Like you say, I want to be meeting, and we have like a call in that room, because in matrix you can also have like video calls. So you could like just like do that everything inside matrix. And it was something I want to implement inside calendar, but didn't have the time yet. So if someone wants to do that, it would be great. Similarly, what we are doing in Akademy with importing the mobilism events, we could also do that inside the calendar and Organizer directly. Like just an idea. You want to do that? Yeah.
So now that you all know what you need to do right now after this talk, how would you do it? Of course, you don't want to work with raw JSON data from ActivityPub or from Matrix. We didn't either, so we developed or use some libraries for it. For Matrix, we use libquotient, for which at this point we are also the maintainers. The original, or the main maintainer, let's say, should have been here right with us, but couldn't make it. For ActivityPub, we don't quite have a library for it, but of course we have code in Tocodon and some other places for dealing with it. So if you do want to use it, come talk to us and we can definitely figure something out that would prevent us from having to duplicate code everywhere. And at this point, we have left a lot of rooms for your questions, because you all need to ask about what you need to do now.
So there should be lots of questions.
Thank you for the information. That was very useful. I'm wondering, you talked a little bit about some of the downsides, like, bridges not always working, and wanted to get some experience from you on, like, tell me about the things that don't work and why we shouldn't use this.
I'm going to be doing a lot of running here.
Did I understand the question correctly, that it was specifically about bridges? Okay, so the thing with bridges, for example, is it always depends on how much the systems or the protocols the other side supports. For Matrix, it's fine, since you can do something that seems really native. But for example, like I said, in IRC, you're not getting images. In Telegram, you might be affected by arbitrary rules that you can't really fight, and being placed in some spam list and not knowing how you would possibly get out of it. In Signal, they might ban your account because they don't want you to do it at all. Things like that. For Matrix in general, or probably also ActivityPub, yeah, the moderation aspect can be somewhat tricky. Probably the decentralization itself makes the protocols more complicated, because you have to consider more complex, for example, authentication rules, because you have different parties that have less trust in each other. And so there's a bit of an overhead that might not exist in a centralized system, just because there you have one authoritative instance that can do whatever, for all the positive and negative sides that brings.
Other questions from the room? Otherwise, I'd like to ask.
Thanks. I was wondering, for a K itinerary, does it use libquotient to integrate the features, the matrix features, or?
Yes, in itinerary we are using libquotient, and Volca made some patches in libquotient to make it easier and to use location inside your application. Yeah.
All right, then I'm going to ask a question before Nicholas. You mentioned using Mastodon as a commenting mechanism for your blog. How do you handle moderation at that point?
Basically, it's actually cool thing is that if I'm banning someone from my Mastodon account, they also can comment on my blog, which means like the ban on my Mastodon is synchronized with the ban of on my blog, which is, for the moment, for the last 2 years, it worked fine.
It means you can do your moderation as yourself. Thanks.
Does NeoChat support end-to-end encryption?
Of course it does, and it doesn't have a single bug in it.
Do we have any non-insider joke questions?
Noah. So for the Mastodon comments for blogs, can you do that with like a WordPress website as well?
I didn't understand last.
You could. I guess you would have to write a WordPress plugin thing that shows this bunch of HTML and JavaScript. So I don't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to do it, but for WordPress you're probably better off using something native.
All right.
Yeah, like for WordPress, there's actually like activity pub plugins. You can have your WordPress blog natively inside the Fediverse.
Other questions from the room? Is anyone watching the Matrix channel? If there's questions from online. There is one. Sean, would you read it to us?
Yes, there's a question.
Yeah, the question is, do the matrix editions of Itinerary already work on Android?
Yes, they already do work on Android.
I love questions that have one-word answers. If there are no more questions from the room or online, then let's give our speakers another reminder, the group photo is in about 10 minutes in room 1. Be there or be absent.
Sophie? There we go. That's the right one. Because I don't have anything on my own screen now.
Maybe we can stream the widget.
Yeah, I think I just need to do it as a duplicate display instead.
Because this is a talk about remote Wayland desktops, we're having trouble with the local Wayland desktop. It's an either or thing. But until such time arrives, are you configuring stuff Ireland or just digging around in your phone?
I'm mostly setting it, making sure I have a timer that I can watch.
All right, everyone, welcome to the afternoon session. I hope you had a good lunch and not fallen asleep after it. This is the Wayland session. We will be doing one Wayland talk live, and we will be doing one Wayland talk remotely to demonstrate that Wayland and remote works perfectly. So, here's Arya. You will be telling us about remote Wayland.
Indeed. So hi, I'm Arjen Wiestra. I have been contributing to KDE for a long time at this point, long enough that I don't keep count of it anymore. These days I'm working for Blue Systems, and for Blue Systems we got a request to improve the remote desktop situation in Wayland, because we do a lot of Wayland stuff there. So I will be talking about all these things in this diagram. It's while I was working on this talk, I realized that the thing I worked on for the past months is actually a very small thing that's sitting on top of a lot of other projects, including some within KDE, and it would be more interesting to highlight those parts of KDE because some of them are not very visible because they're libraries that implement some bits of glue that you don't see when it's working correctly, but you do only see when it's not working correctly. So I'm going to go through this in a bit more of a chronological order. Oh, I'm not allowed to walk that way. Right. So, remote desktop. We used to have this thing called X11, Xorg, whatever its name is. Xorg is a display server. It has a design that is set up to be client server, which allows it to very easily do remote programs because hey, you can just send that data over a tunnel instead of going which makes it possible to forward any application to whatever computer you want. It's not great, however, because modern applications aren't written with this in mind. They run into various limitations. So along came a different protocol, which is called Wayland, which threw that all away and went, hey, let's optimize for the local use case instead of this remote use case. Which is great for the local use case, but then there's people that were like, but what about the remote use case? And especially people going, but I can't forward my applications anymore, and which is, as you'll see here, not necessarily true. So with that, we have another big piece, which is Quinn, which was started as an X11 window manager. These days, it's, I think, more of a Wayland compositor. Wayland is where all the work, a lot of the work happens. Wayland is where all the new bits are appearing. And I had a look at Invent to see if there was a list of contributors to Quinn. There sort of is. It's a very long list. There's a lot of people involved with Quinn these days, which is good. So those are some of the basic pieces. The thing is, the Wayland has so with those, we're going to our next step, which is screencasting. Screencasting was the first thing that is in this area, in the same area as remote desktop. Screencasting is a feature that's in a lot of various video conferencing applications these days. I mean, I think we've all used it at this point because of some stuff that happened a few years ago. And it's very useful when you're doing remote work to be able to say, hey, here, this is what I have on my screen. So Alex Paul actually made it possible at some point to do screencasting on Wayland, because we didn't have this yet when the initial implementation of Wayland happened. On X11, this was super easy, because any application on X11 can just go, oh, I want your screen contents, give it to me, and I'll send it somewhere. Which is also immediately the obvious issue there is, hey, any application can go, oh, I want your screen contents, and I'm sending it somewhere. So the screencasting implementation on Wayland is different. And it's because there is no network transparency built in, we need to do something different. And a bit of it about the actual way Wayland works is we have an application sending its application content to Quinn. Quinn then goes, okay, I have these various applications, I'll combine them into one big screen image using the rendering hardware, which means that Quinn has all the information about what's on screen. So if we can plug into the point where Quinn goes, hey, I have my rendered contents, we can and pull that out somehow, then we can share that back to a user. So that's what's now implemented for screencasting. It makes use of a lot of some bits of infrastructure in Quinn to plug into this final bit and then send it along as a pipewire stream. So with that, we have one bit for remote desktop already, because hey, we can get the screen contents to be able to send it to someone. There's another bit though that we need if we want to implement remote desktop, which is remote input. Luckily, again, we already needed it for a different application, KDE Connect, because KDE Connect has its remote input that's useful if you're just sitting on the couch. So that was implemented. I forgot to check who, admittedly, but so that's now available too, which means we have another piece for remote desktop already. Both of these things are, again, things that are doable, easy to do on X11, but are dangerous because you don't want random applications sending you, or random internet things to just send input to your computer, just like you don't want random applications going, oh, here's my screen content. So there's a layer here called XGG Desktop Portal. I'll talk about that more a little bit more later on. So those pieces combine, and it turns out that we already have an implementation of remote desktop, because there's this application called KRFB, which implements remote desktop over the VNC protocol, which works on Wayland. You can use it to do various remote desktop things with it, mostly seeing what's on your screen and controlling your applications. It works, but then I tested it. Saying it works is about the highest praise I can give it. The experience is not great, especially, I'm not sure if it was Wayland specific or if it's, but I'm reasonably sure there's problems with the underlying VNC protocol as well. So that raises the question. We can do remote desktop, but can we do better than that? Can we do something more with this? So at the start of this year, we started evaluating this, looking at what are our options, what can we do, and I came up with a few requirements in my mind, at least, that were like, okay, we want something responsive. We want something where we don't have to do the client-side support. And we want something that we can build on for the future. Basically, what I mentioned right now is two very basic features, video streaming and input. But it would be nice to also be able to play back sounds and to integrate with your clipboard, to be able to send files between machines. All those kinds of features are not the basics, but are rather important to have an actual good experience with remote desktop. So from our evaluation, there was basically one protocol that stood out as implementing most of this in one way or another, which is the RDP protocol, which has been created by Microsoft for Windows, because there are plenty of companies that need these features on Windows. So it feels a bit icky because it was originally a very proprietary protocol. Luckily, these days it's a lot more extensively documented, maybe a bit too extensively to my taste. But it does support everything, all those core basic features, but also many of the things I just mentioned that make the experience better. The good thing is, there's a very elaborate free implementation of this called FreeRDP, which implements like almost the entire RDP protocol, and which does both clients and server side of this. So this gives us an option to say, okay, if we can use this and somehow pipe in the other bits that we already have, then hey, we're starting to see an option here where we can do remote desktop with something that is hopefully better than VNC. So those pieces are there, but we need to connect them. One important bit there is, which is called K-Pipewire. It was originally started by Alish as well, because the screencasting and similar features in Quinn expose windows over Pipewire. So if there's an application that wants to make use of this, it needs to deal with Pipewire. Dealing with Pipewire isn't necessarily something that you want to do every day, so it's nice to have this encapsulated into the library. Pipewire originally was started mostly for thumbnails in your task manager. That was the initial purpose. Eventually, because this is how screencasting works, there was some work started to look into screen recording, which is a fairly straightforward feature once you have screencasting, that you just say, okay, now I'm going to record this. So K-Pipewire was extended with that. And now K-Pipewire supports encoding your video stream from Pipewire using FFmpeg into something that either you write it to a file or something that we added for all this remote desktop work, which is getting the encoded just the raw encoded frames. Because for remote desktop, we don't need a file on disk. That's useless to us. For a remote desktop, we want to be able to send the frames, again, to somewhere on the internet. So this was one of the things that we started working on to make remote desktop better. We extended this because while working on this initially, this was just using software encoding, which is fine if you're doing screen recording right into a disk, and if it's not relevant when the file is finished. But for remote desktop, again, I mentioned it previously, latency is very important. So suddenly it becomes important that your CPU is doing a lot of work, when actually we have these things called GPUs these days. And GPUs, almost all of them, even the mobile phone versions, have hardware to do this encoding for us. We just need to somehow wire all that up. So that's what we did. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out, okay, how do we get FFmpeg to take these frames from Quinn, these branded things that come out of this Pipewire stream, and put them into something where FFmpeg can go, okay, I'm now sending this to the hardware, and then the hardware goes, okay, here have an encoded frame back. This, as someone, we didn't have any experience with this term was a lot of work trying to figure out. One important bit there is that one of our initial implementations of this was still downloading the frames manually and then uploading them back into the hardware. This is an unnecessary step because you need this information to be in your GPU anyway, and Quinn, when it renders, puts this information in your GPU memory. So why would you download it to system memory only to send it back up? Well, it turns out that there is a way to just tell your encoding hardware, hey, this is where the memory is located, this is what you need to encode. But it's also tricky to get right. This is referred to as DRM import, where DRM stands for Direct Rendering Manager. So this allows the application to inform the various various bits of, hey, there's some memory here in GPU hardware, please encode this, and then later on I'll get that myself. So this bypasses CPU memory, but it's a very low level thing. There's some bits, I'm pretty sure Xaver and Vlad there can agree that the DRM modifiers aren't exactly API that are nice to work with. So for example, we ran into an issue with Intel where it didn't support some modifiers, and then we ended up with a picture that was completely garbled. We eventually managed to fix that, but yeah, we got it working. It took a lot of effort. So previously I mentioned another big thing about Wayland is that applications aren't just allowed to grab stuff or send you input. So there's a level of permissions management that you need to do where because your compositor is going to say, yeah, oh, you want this screen content, yeah, I'm not going to give it to you. Without some form of confirmation that it's actually something the user wants to do. So we have a thing for that these days, and I mentioned also again earlier called XGG Desktop Portal. Originally this was built for Flatpaks, which are sandbox applications where everything is basically locked down, including things like file access. So you need a way for that application to request from the user, hey, please give me a file. This was originally started by Jan Grulef, and later extended with various bits. It's always used when you're dealing with a Flatpak. These days we're also using it for various things when we're dealing with Wayland permissions, because screencasting is something where you want to be able to ask the user, hey, do you actually want to do this? Similarly, remote input, remote desktop, you want to ask the user, hey, is it okay if I expose your entire computer contents to the internet? The unfortunate thing there is that right now, specifically the remote desktop bits of both the XGG free desktop portal and our implementation are a bit limited. The image here is what it currently looks like. It just asks you, hey, I want to do these two things, do you agree or not? There's no way to say, okay, yeah, please remember this, or please share these different screens, or whatever. So, yeah, that is unfortunate. We're working on improving that. There's some upstream work happening as well. So, finally we get to the last thing, which is called KRDP. Not a very inventive name, I'll admit. So KRDP is a library that I started. KRDP is designed as a library to glue these bits together. All these bits that I've shown previously. So the XGG desktop portal for requesting a session, the screencasting from Quinn to get all the frame data in, and piping that into from Pipewire into, in this case, into FreeRDP, so that FreeRDP can send it on to the client. All these bits are, well, I say all, it's actually not that big, not that much code, because most of it is done by other projects. So, yeah, it ties it together. I implemented an executable making use of this. So from the command line, you can start at share your screen over RDP to something. Yeah, I'm talking about current state, where I've talked about most of this already. Tested this with various clients, various of the RDP clients. Many of them work. We are using a specific feature of RDP to make it possible to stream H.264 streams, which means that not all clients work because not all clients support H.264 decoding. The GNOME client works, the actually Windows 10 client works, and a few more of those. So the idea is that you can start this on your and any client will connect. We're not there yet. Hopefully we will be there at some point. The current state is also that we're nearly at a stage where we can do an alpha release. Or basically, I've been trying to do an alpha release for the past 2-ish weeks, running into small issues. It should be any day now. For the future, these were my plans that I had with this. Before I arrived at Akademy, we now learned that there's apparently a new thing from the VLC team that might be interesting. So these plans may change, but there's still a bunch of work to do on the various other libraries that are still interesting to do, like improve the remote desktop portal, integrate this much more tightly into Plasma. Our plan is to have like a simple KCM where you go, okay, I want to share my screen, just enable it, and that's it. And then on the KRDP level, we may start working on doing some of the extension work. That bit is now a bit more uncertain because of new developments. Finally, I have a quick demo video to show about this. I'll see if I can. This was actually, I recorded this with David Edmondson yesterday, so, and I thought I had this. But this is David Edmondson using his laptop to log into mine, typing some stuff, and then being able to control the typing isn't very visible, but we've tested this between me being in the Netherlands and David being in the UK, and I was able to type into his editor just fine without any very big issues. And this is already, for me, a lot more usable to actually do remote code editing than it would be than the VNC implementation was. All right, and that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
So do I connect to an RDP client like KRDC, or can I also like seamless, I get one window from the RDP online?
Yeah, it's a mic. So in its current state, we expose monitors. There are ways in the RDP protocol to expose applications. Unfortunately, KRDC actually doesn't work with it currently because it doesn't implement the H.264 streaming. That's a good feature to implement because it's actually built on top of the same library, and the library does handle all that. But yeah, it's one of those features that would be nice to have. We have been considering various use cases also, like virtual monitors and things like that. It's future work.
I have two questions. One question is that is the audio supporting inference methods, and the second question is that as far as I work, the IDE protocol has some options to whether optimize for a small language or optimize for the picture quality, and this kind of language settings is also implemented.
Good exercise for you, Adam. I actually mentioned that audio isn't currently supported. It's one of the things I would be nice to have. It's in the protocol, but we had plenty of work trying to get the video streaming to be zero latency, so that was a priority. As for bandwidth optimization, I'm not sure. I know that we do implement some handling of detection when you're on low bandwidth and things like that. There is some handling of that. We're also working on. We also have something to when you're starting it to say, okay, this is the maximum quality that I want to support. Oh, sorry. We don't have the specific things that the way that I think it's on the Windows side implemented. Again, while the RDP RDP protocol is very extensively documented, it's to my taste a bit too extensively documented. So finding these features within those documents is at times very hard.
Other questions? Is someone watching the Matrix room if there's questions coming in online? That would be lovely.
So this is a question from Jacob. So, how difficult will it be to go from remote desktop to remote game streaming? For example, the Moonlight or NVIDIA game streaming protocol. Assume that RDP service provides optimum in terms of quality or latency for this kind of stream content. Could KRDC enable cloud streaming client and also for Steam Deck play again from a desktop PC, not just for stream remote play?
That's a long story. So protocol-wise, KRDP implements the RDP protocol. So anything that's not RDP won't be implemented in KRDP. We're looking into maybe supporting multiple protocols. That will be a different layer. As to latency and such, Marco at some point actually tried playing a game over KRDP. According to Marco, that was pretty doable, so it really depends on what your requirements are, I suppose. If you're doing competitive FPS, yeah, you're probably going to have a bad time. If you're doing playing Civilization or another turn-based game, it will be fine. Not entirely sure that answers the question.
This is a question for Wayland sharing channel. Is there a scenario where we will need
Do you want both for both compatibility and security problems?
So, I don't speak for the full Wayland community. I do have an inkling of what the Wayland community's opinion is on this. I also have a personal opinion about this, so mostly be my personal opinion. I do not want the level of network transparency that X11 has. However, that doesn't mean that the desktop portal implementation is the only way. The desktop portal uses a custom Wayland protocol internally to communicate with Quinn to get these the pipeway data. There is no reason that a different application wouldn't be able to use that custom protocol. It does mean that that custom application needs to conform to what Quinn expects on the security level. There are some basic security checks within Quinn to not allow random applications to use random Wayland protocols, so they will need to conform to that.
I guess in that sense, it's not so much X11 Wayland as X11 and Quinn.
Yeah, in a way.
Other questions for the conversation? If not, let's give Arian a big hand. Join us again in 5 minutes. When Neil Goldbach will carry on with something
So, let's see if everything works. Alright, cool. So if I can be heard, then I'll get started. Alright. So, hello everyone. My name is Jonathan. I'm the chair of the KDE. I'm here to talk to you about how Fedora is entering a whale of the world of Process 6.0. So, I'm not going to read out the whole thing about who I am. Many of you already know me. This is a bit of a rundown. I've been doing a lot in open source for almost 20 years at this point. As a user and as a contributor, I'm in a wide variety of Linux distributions as well as being a member of KDE now. In addition to Fedora stuff and Fedora KDE stuff, I'm a member of a lot of working groups with Fedora, as well as CentOS and OpenSUSE, Nagia, and also a podcast co-host Sudo Show. Go check it out. And for my day job, I am a senior black belt in management at Red Hat. Previously, I worked at Datto. Now I work at Red Hat. Hi. So before we talk about a little bit about what we're doing with Wayland, I want to talk about Fedora KDE and our offerings overall. So Fedora KDE is developed by Fedora KDE 6. So it's not just me; it's a group of wonderful people that package and maintain the Cube stack and the KDE software ecosystem for Fedora and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, starting with Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. We develop and maintain various Fedora media with KDE software on it. Also, we have a nice little brochure website of Fedora Loves KDE. We provide the freshest KDE software that we can for Fedora as well as Red Hat Enterprise Linux and CentOS. Last year when I was at Akademy, we talked a bit about how we dropped using Plasma LTS, and that was largely because the effort of using Plasma LTS in a reasonable way that people was okay with the experience wasn't so great. So we just kind of switched to refreshing KDE Plasma periodically for enterprise Linux users. So our flagship experience is the Fedora KDE spin. It's a quality KDE experience. We try to stay as close to upstream as possible with some minor branding and usability tweaks. Firefox is our browser, Firewall is security. We ship it for x86 and ARM. And we also launched Kinoite a while back, and that provides a more minimal default experience because it is aimed towards this philosophy of having a stable core desktop experience, whereas you get most of your applications through Flatpaks. It's available for x86, ARM, and Power systems. And as I alluded to earlier, we provide KDE Plasma for enterprise Linux users. As I mentioned earlier, we try to rebase it yearly. Though, of note, for both EL8 and EL9, they are on Plasma 5, and they're going to stay there because Plasma 6.0 is a whole big change. But notably, the experience that we offer for KDE Plasma for enterprise Linux is also available prepackaged into an experience from the CentOS Hyperscale SIG, as well as the AMA Linux project, and I'm sure a few other enterprise Linux distributions do this as well. So Fedora KDE and Wayland. So Wayland, the protocol, isn't quite the X replacement, right? It restructures the graphics stack to simplify the pipeline. It's very local focused. The intent is to go from a simple pipeline from program to pixel, minimizing latency and ensuring that every frame is, I'm sure some folks have heard this phrasing, every frame is perfect. But the real important part was that it's basically a rethinking of the graphics architecture given the common use cases today, while still providing an extensible model for being able to account for use cases in the future. There are dozens of protocols you can check. You can see the outline and documentation and
what compositors support what by going to a website called wayland.app. It's fantastic, and I use it to keep up with what's going on in the space. And since Fedora Linux 34, the Fedora KDE spin has been using Wayland by default. So that was with, and that has given us all kinds of interesting benefits with smoother graphics, greater performance, and surprisingly lower resource usage. We were the first to do this. I think offhand, the other distribution I know of that has finally gone towards this was Chaos, and they have, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, pardon me, but it's spelled K-A-O-S, and they made the switch shortly after we did, and I'm very pleased to see that. But we've also done a little bit more since then. So with the most recent Fedora Linux release, Fedora Linux 38, we now configure SDDM to use Quinn in Wayland mode to run the greeter rather than using the X server. To the best of my knowledge, we're the first KDE Linux distribution running Wayland from beginning to end. Was actually quite a lot of work, and you folks that are over there that have been working on SDDM and listened to me complain about issues with SDDM and try to debug them. I appreciate all the work y'all did in putting up with all the crap that came out through. Let's see, we tried to do it with 36, and it didn't go well. We tried again with 37, and we still couldn't make it happen. We finally were able to do it with 38. So I'm really happy that we managed to pull it off, because it sets the stage for what we're trying to do next. So with KDE Plasma 6.0, we got to talk a bit about what the situation is with Linux graphics. So we have to start with the X window system. So most people call this Xorg. It's the common implementation of the X window system today. It's basically on life support. It is primarily maintained by Red Hat to support its use in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. But with Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9.0, it has been declared deprecated, and it will be removed in a future major RHEL release. I don't know anything about when that is or anything about that, but you can take that for what it's worth and understand that based on this statement and previous statements that have been made by the Red Hat Display Systems team, that Xorg maintenance isn't really long for this world, so we got to kind of do something. And another thing that's changed in the past couple of years is NVIDIA Wayland support is here. So NVIDIA re-architected their driver a little while back to use generic buffer management, which aligns them with all the other drivers in that are used in Linux with AMD and Intel and all the ARM modules. Everything that goes through Mesa and uses the normal stack uses GBM. Since NVIDIA Driver 495, so does it with the proprietary driver. Current versions of the driver just work with nearly all Wayland compositors. Additionally, last year, NVIDIA, and Red Hat pulled a rabbit out of their hats, so to speak, with the driver being re-architected for GTX 16 and RTX 20 series and newer, where the firmware is now separated such that we can that the same firmware that's used for the proprietary driver can now be used with Nouveau, and that firmware can be redistributed. That Nouveau can finally fix all the remaining issues that it has with working with NVIDIA hardware, thus enabling us to have a reliable open source driver stack that just works out of the box. If you look at the Nouveau code going into the Linux kernel, you can see that they've been furiously working on this for most of this year. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that land in 20. And Nate Graham asked about no X Wayland either, but yeah, I answered that. And a lot of people actually had that question when I was first rolling out this communication within the SIG, and so I wanted to make sure that it was understood within my presentation that we're not making X11 applications not work. Coben asked, is there a solution for running X Wayland on NVIDIA GPUs? It currently runs. I mean, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. Like Mark Doak, who does a lot of the packaging for our KDE stack, He runs NVIDIA cards for pretty much all of his computers, and he's been running Plasma Wayland and doing all the things just fine. My understanding is that there are glitches and quirks related to X-Wayland, but on NVIDIA, but most of them have been kind of worked around or resolved otherwise. But I'm not a particular expert in that, because I personally don't have any NVIDIA hardware that doesn't work with Nouveau. My NVIDIA hardware is so old, Nouveau's the only way I can use it anyway, and all of that stuff just works. Silver Hikari is asking, with Plasma 6 trying to go full Wayland, is it a goal for more KDE apps to support Wayland? I sure hope so. I think the idea is that as KDE apps, adapt to newer versions, and especially the new Qt framework, they're taking the opportunity to re-examine their dependencies and make sure the code is fixed so that they don't have to be forced to X11. Let's see. I see people typing, so, I'm waiting to see what the questions are. Oh, and Kay Brolick also said that pretty much all KDE apps should work on Wayland through Qt. No, actually, that's not entirely true. My understanding is that there's actually a few that force X11 because they're quirky. Like, I think Krita for a while forced it, and so did Digicam, I think. I'm not sure if those are still the case, but the last time I looked, which was when I was helping run the KDE booth at Scale last year, that was the case. Although, it did work perfectly fine as an X-Wayland app, including the pen input. I was very impressed. You can't even tell that they're X-Wayland apps. At least not the ones that shipped in Fedora. Oh, Nate clarifies. It's just Krita using X-Wayland right now. You can't tell. I have a Wacom tablet I plugged in, and I used Krita on Plasma Wayland in Fedora. I mean, it's the Fedora build of Krita, which means it's using the system Qt and all that other fun stuff. And it actually works. It works great. Sometimes I have more problems with Flatpaks than I do with the ones that we build in Fedora. Amy Lots asks, not quite a SIG question, but what will happen to existing X11 dependent applications like Zephyr? Well, they're probably toast. I don't know. Zephyr is basically the nested X server. X Wayland is basically a nested X server on top of a Wayland compositor. But Zephyr is nested X server on top of X itself. So if you're not running an X server, you don't need an X server on top of that. Winate Linux asks, are there any potential solutions to resolve broken X-Wayland implicit sync on NVIDIA GPUs? Implicit sync is a Wayland protocol. It has to be implemented by the NVIDIA driver. The other workaround is not use the proprietary driver, which is going to be a thing that people can do real soon. Wait, hold up. What, Mark? Why are you saying Kmail needs X-Wayland? What?
No, it doesn't.
All right. Okay. That's weird. Somebody should look at that. But yeah, the X-Wayland implicit sync for NVIDIA GPUs, you're just going to be, you'll be fine with, hopefully in the future when NVIDIA, fixes their Wayland implementation in the driver. But Nouveau, as it gets better, will, solve the problem because it'll work the same way it does on every other card. Oh, Mark's talking about Qt Web. So Qt Web Engine in Qt 5 is old, really old. I think it's like based on Chrome 85, I think, 85 or 86, maybe 88. It's still a long time ago. Most of the Wayland enablement happened in Chrome 100. Actually, Jan Grulich knows more about this than me. He's over there in person. Go bug him about it. So Antelope's, okay, so you're using it to test legacy window managers. I don't have any answers for you. Good luck. guess technically you could do weird things with X Wayland on like maybe Wayland compositor, a thin Wayland compositor, but I don't know. Like that's just suppositions at that point. Okay, bro, look, I don't care about XIs. I know XIs is broken on Wayland with screen sailing. I don't care. Oh, David Edmondson confirms you can run Zephyr on X Wayland. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because it's still X on X. It just happens to be X on X on Wayland. You know what, Gabriel, just go ahead and make KIs, a KDE eyes application that works on Wayland. There you go, done.
Except that it won't work on Wayland because you're not allowed to read input that way.
Well, then go make one. There used to be a eyes Plasmoid and Plasma 4. Go make a Plasma 6 version then. TD Fisher, oh Victoria, says X on X on X on X Wayland sounds naughty. Yeah, it totally does. Let's see here. So there's a bunch of back and forth about Krita needing X11. Again, that's kind of out of my purview. I would definitely like it to not require X11 because, but I guess I have a question for the audience type. Maybe someone can answer this. How far away are we from having the Quinn not have to launch X Wayland all the time? Like, I'd like it to be on demand.
Quinn! Oh my goodness, that's loud. Quinn does not auto-start X Wayland anymore, it's on demand. Unfortunately, the first thing Plasma does is set up some X configuration things in the X resource database, which immediately starts it straight after boot. There are plans to fix that, and by plans,
oh, okay,
I
well
mean
then I won't, so Nate, I
wiki
won't hear
pages.
that until later.
I'm talking, shush Neil.
Unfortunately, with the way that this is set up, I don't hear anything from the audience in person. I'm just kind of in the void. Nate Graham answered in the Academy chat that David Edmondson was answering on mic locally, but I have no idea what he's saying. So David Edmondson, Gabriel said, David Edmondson doesn't auto-start X Wayland, but Plasma Shell does some X things on startup, so it immediately starts X Wayland. Oh, so it's basically looks like we can't, but we can, but we can't. Excellent. I love that situation. That means it's a lot easier to fix than having to re-architect Quinn some more. Look, Victoria. So Victoria says that means it's a lot easier to fix, followed by David Edmondson cackling. Look, I'll take whatever little wins I can get here. Nope, it's that I appreciate Victoria relaying room activity because I can't hear any of it, which is unfortunate. I hope this wasn't how it worked last time too. It's very weird being in a void. Victoria, it is definitely like discount Twitch.
Yeah.
Lots of people typing right now. Yeah, Tobias, I know it's sad that I'm not here. I would have loved to be here, but like be there. But the problem is very expensive to travel to Europe all the time, and I had to make a choice between Akademy and Flock, and Flock. I needed to go to Flock, so that's where I wound up spending the money. But hey, if any of y'all come to Flock, it's in Cork, Ireland. I would love to see you there. We actually have a couple of talks about Fedora KDE there, as well as a lot of other stuff. It'd be great to have some KDE folks come by. Tobias, I know you say come to Academy, stay there, go to Flock, and then go home. Man, I can't afford it. Also, to be honest, I'm okay with missing the apparently outrageous heat that is in Greece right now. That's okay for me.
So we've come to the realization that people who aren't reading the Matrix conversation continually are kind of, as Aryan just put it, listening to one half of a telephone conversation.
Victoria, 40 degrees Celsius is really, really hot.
So I'm going to start reading everything you type
So
out.
Nicholas asks me,
but it's a dry
I'm clearly
heat.
a totally unbiased person. Should he switch from Debian to Fedora? I'm like, so if you want fresh plasma and you like
KDE
having
going
up-to-date
hybrid
software
online was a
and
godsend.
responsive community updating stuff, even in stable releases as things happen, then yeah, come to Fedora. We're great. And we're on Matrix. We're friendly. And if you want to, as Nate can attest to, because he interacts with us a lot, we're extremely friendly and responsive.
Someone just pointed out we should just
So
swap
yeah,
in
come
the
by.
Matrix.
We're great. I love having KDE folks in our community, and it's great to be able to, get good feedback and have a great rapport between the upstream community and us.
Yeah. For future reference.
So next time we'll just swap the Matrix client onto screen during the Q&A bit so you can read the silly conversation that's going on. And I don't have to do funny voices for all the different people in the room.
Yes, Dave, I could.
Lots of talk of how the heat is good for cooking. I was like, just because it's good for cooking doesn't mean it's good for cooking people. Well, it might be, but I don't want to be cooked. Let's see here. So it seems like the chat slowed. Oh, the chat slowed down a bit. Are there any other questions or comments or whatever?
People have been getting up to leave. Thank you for attending. It's been amazing, this weird-ass
I'll give
mixed
y'all
hybrid
back
thing, but it worked pretty darn well.
10 minutes of your life. Thank you for coming and bearing with me with this less than ideal setup of stuff. All right. Bye, folks, I think.
All right, bye.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
All right, that breaks everything down for this session. We've got coffee, and then you can return here for fireside chat, because what we really need is some additional heat in the room. some carbon monoxide,
Hello, welcome to the KDE Wayland fireside chat. We have no fire, but we have the heat, so that's fine. I want to start with a show of hands. Who is using the Plasma Wayland session or has even tried it a bit? Oh. And who went back to X11? Oh. Okay. Okay, then let's start with introducing the people on the panel. Let's start with the guy on the far left.
But now it's test. Okay. So I'm Vlazahorodny, and I started my Queen journey with contributing to some effects, so slide effect, etc. So if I, so with the sound effects, then I moved to basically to more Queen and changing some Wayland things, and and after some time I became a Queen maintainer alongside with David.
Hello, I'm Xaver Hubel. I started this whole Quinn thing when Xorg had too much screen tearing for me, and I started fixing multi-GPU for Quinn, and I somehow got into variable refresh rate, HDR, and all the nice Wayland things.
Hello, I'm David Redondo. I'm in a similar situation to Aleix. I started working at the same company as David, and then he told me, because he's the Qt Wayland maintainer, to do random stuff in Qt Wayland, so he has less work. And now I'm doing random stuff in Qt Wayland, but also in Quinn. So I have a question. There is a famous quote by Martin Flöser from some years back that Wayland will be ready next year. Does anyone have an opinion what happened there?
I feel we have missed a target of being next year after 2008 or whenever it was, slightly. I mean, the state is that we're mostly ready now-ish for a lot of people in this room, but as to why it's taken quite a while, there's a lot of problems with Wayland of not being a very good transitional program, not trying to emulate all of X, but trying to be new, and with that, there's a lot of edge cases that just got missed. And you might have a protocol that covers 90% of the cases, but those remaining 10%, each one requires another year of work just to get that part closer. So that's been quite time consuming.
I mean, maybe part of the answer here too is X11 ready, right? Like, we can assume that where we're coming from was a perfect land, but we all know that it had problems, not unlike Wayland, and like David says, actually with Wayland we have the opportunity to fix the problems. In X11, well, it didn't feel that way, although maybe it's because I didn't understand enough the technology over there.
I think it's also that we have never done something like it before, like switch from X11 to Wayland, right? And it's an entire new way of how the app interacts with the system, like no other platform does it like that.
And I think that the reason why Wayland is not yet the default, because X11 just has existed for a long time, so people also had a lot of time to come up with some solutions that kind of worked. But now when we actually started looking at how to fix the problems properly, it took a lot more time than we anticipated, and even now we try to come up with proper protocols that make all people happy, and yeah.
I think another big part of the problem is that it's not just the display stuff, but graphics drivers, especially NVIDIA, and all the applications had to be changed. That's not a small step, but that's rewriting half the ecosystem. So it shouldn't be a surprise why it took a very long time to finally get to a really good state.
So if we're doing all this effort, do you have a favorite thing of Wayland? What does it enable us to do, what we couldn't before?
Well, as I already mentioned, we now have variable refresh rate that works per monitor, and we are now slowly making progress towards HDR on the Linux desktop, which is a complete... you can't do it with Xorg no matter what you do.
Anyone else? This one.
Huh? Didn't he want to say something? No. Okay.
he just took the microphone.
Okay, so my favorite feature on Wayland, or rather deficiency on X. On X11 right now, if you open a context menu, like in Dolphin, just right-click somewhere, and then close your laptop lid and put it in your bag, the lock screen doesn't lock because it can't grab the keyboard. At some point, it didn't even suspend, so your laptop's now on fire, and then everybody dies. And that's generally considered bad. So Wayland, we have that control. We can just say, well, I know a lock screen is more important than a combo box, therefore I can put in a policy to make that work.
Cool. So it's not only me asking questions, but this is the opportunity to grab one of them, including me, to ask your questions to us. Do you have any? Who wants to start? Any bugs? Any questions? How is your app affected by Wayland? Yes, to the back. Oh.
Test, okay. So, I would really like to switch to Wayland, but I'm in, I think, a position that many users are in where I'm just not sure how much exactly is working. So, and my first expression when I switch to a Wayland session is that it looks different from my X session. I have a high DPI display, and for some reason the fonts in the Plasma elements are off. And this is the first impression that I get when I join the Wayland session, and that's what's like, okay, if that's already not working, so that's what's pushing me back to the X session.
If you look at the default Plasma session on Wayland and X11, they look exactly the same. Obviously, like, our code paths are entirely different on both of them, and if you have a ton of configurations, it might be different. But actually, I think that the direct answer to how do I know if it works is like really log out, log back into Wayland, try things, and it's gonna be fine. It's not gonna eat your hands or something. most of things work. Many of them work faster and smoother than they work on X11. I think it's a good experience overall. There's a lot of things that actually you can do on Wayland that you cannot do on X11. So actually, like, I think that this duality, like looking at it this way, is kind of wrong, because there's a lot of stuff that you won't get exposed to at all, only because like you're refusing to be exposed there. But in general, I think that like try it and say if you don't like it, and if you see something that is wrong, well, reach out to us or to Bugzilla and we'll address it and collectively be happier.
Also, if you have a high DPI monitor, you should keep in mind that high DPI scaling is handled differently on X11 and Wayland. It's kind of changed in Qt 6, so there it's handled similarly, but it can affect fonts and, for example, rounded corners in various UI components.
As Vlad said, Qt 6.6 might fix it. And yes, we can also look together. But Qt 6.6, we've redone scaling to have a fractional scaling support, which is necessary for clients rendering at the same scale that we're going to be presenting on, which solves a lot of the blurriness fixes.
Is it really fair, though, to look at it this way? Like, Plasma 527 sessions are perfectly fine, right? Like, I'm sure there's corner cases, but are there, like, the corner cases he's thinking about? Like, I don't know, like, I've been using the Wayland session, like, for what, 3-4 years? And
So that means we just need to finish up Plasma 6 fast.
yeah, now it seems like Plasma 6 is going to fix all of the problems. But I would say that all the problems were already fixed with Plasma 5. Like, there's always more you can do.
Anyone else has something to say? Yes.
Yeah, so my biggest issue currently with Wayland is SDDM. So are there any plans to, let's say, make SDDM part of Plasma? So for example, you can do things like read your case screen configuration. So the scaling I have set for my screens is applied in SDDM and things like that. Because that would make it on par with GDM, and the experience there is way better.
Thank you. Well, you discussed at the sprint, right? Moving SDDM to places. I think that this is part of the discussion. At the moment, as we're doing it right now, SDDM needs to be run as root, so you're always going to be having some level of handoff, right? Which is part of the problem. I don't really know how GDM does that thing, but I think that as we are set up right now, we can have a quite seamless experience if we're fine with fading to black for frame or two. And well, I mean, trying to get there is gonna be more of a like QA kind of work than actual like super creative technical development. You can always do more of that, but I don't know if that's well where work should be put right now.
There was a BOF on Thursday about improving a Plasma Login Manager experience. I expect you to be in attendance. I said I expect you to be in attendance. So yeah, we do have paths for SDDM to run Quinn Wayland, as you said. I do want to improve on the way we interact with the other KDE services and look for ways in which we can do that. However, they may be done technically.
My main still remaining issue is the session restoring and saving, which I know it was tied to X Session Manager, but now I know maybe it's not one of the priority things, and that's why it's taking long.
Okay, so we did have an X Session Manager, which did all of these things. The problem with Wayland is we've got all these other goals we're trying to solve at the same time. So the security goal is part and parcel of Wayland to an extent. And the X11 session protocol X11 clients just give arbitrary commands to run as launched by a compositor, which you don't want to just expose. So we can't do a one-to-one mapping of the protocol, and we haven't got anything else. So it is stuck in limbo, and somebody will break that limbo.
Okay, I will now run around with this microphone back and forth, because apparently that will work better. Maybe any questions from the internet? The internet is also allowed to ask. No, not yet. Okay, then anyone else? Or can I ask another question? Kind of related to the whole protocols thing. On Wayland, so on X we gave the applications the power to do anything, right? On Wayland we have this whole policy, not mechanism thing. So the app tells the compositor what, not how, and we make it happen. Do you think we can solve all the issues with that approach? Can we make everything work? Everything work.
Well, I think that we've proven that we can make anything work if we want to put the work to it. Everything is a different thing, and we're getting good there. Like, if we think about how Plasma has changed implementing Wayland over the last 5 years, we can see, for example, that we went through the, like from the Wayland, what was it called, the Plasma protocols, Plasma shell protocols, like all of these try to be doing all of these everything, and actually in a slightly weird way, and it didn't work that well, and we've changed how we're doing that by adopting layer shell, for example, that tries to be more semantic, but on the other hand more correct at handling this kind of stuff. I think that this is very related to that discussion, because it's not about like being able to do everything, but finding the semantics of what kind of things we want applications to be telling the compositor. We're definitely closer to that today than we were 10 years ago, but then we also need app developers to say, I really, really need to be able to do this, and that's exactly what I would like to do. It's true that Wayland protocol design has been much more opinionated than well, other APIs, or like not only X11, but for example the Windows APIs and such. Is this something that we just want to implement, to say everything that is available on Windows needs to be available on Wayland? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe this can be discussed, or maybe we need to know exactly what we want.
Also, since Wayland has a different philosophy regarding protocols, like we can have everything, but it requires creating new policies, and that's basically also requires us collaborating with upstream more closely, which we try to do that, and I think that it has already produced good results. For example, like XG activation, which was really painful for a while problem, and it was thankfully fixed by Alish and other people from upstream. So yeah, so we can have everything, but it requires tight collaboration with other communities.
And as Alish said, any move to semantics rather than explicit actions requires applications changing, which means we need other people to really put in the work. And that's one of the bigger challenges. If with my QTAT, we're trying to be agnostic, and when Wayland is different to any other platform that exists, that's a huge challenge, because as application authors, you write generic things that you expect to work everywhere. So trying to support everywhere and then Wayland is a bit different is frustrating, and it is a problem, but it can only be solved by applications also saying, and here's another path with semantic information.
A question from online. Malmy70 writes, when 8 Linux writes, what is the current status of Wayland robustness? For David.
Yeah.
Wayland robustness. So to give context, the idea of if your compositor crashes, or not just crashes, runs out of memory, or you want to hand off between different compositors, for example, go from GameScope to Quinn, having clients support all of that. And there are patches landed in Qt 6.6, which means almost every application out of box will just work. You can type kill or Quinn, application disappears and comes back if it's running on Qt 6.6. I have secret backports for Qt 5, which work but have a theoretical race condition. For every other toolkit, we have patches out there for GTK, SDL, Xwayland, but they're blocked on one central point, and that's OpenGL. In Qt, we were able to pretend to applications that the GPU's been reset, as well as the Wayland connection. What a coincidence. And then it would just reset everything. And Qt's got amazing support, and we were able to just leverage that. For other toolkits, they don't have that support. And for big games using SDL or Unreal Engine or something, that's a lot harder to do, and it's a lot harder to tell them, just support a GPU reset. And that state isn't there yet. So there isn't a need to do a GPU reset, there's just a need to tell the OpenGL driver, please can you use this Wayland connection now? Which should be a nice, simple API call, but getting everyone to agree on how that mechanism should work and deal with the difficult upstreams that are hard to change is proving difficult, but we will prevail. Or I will assign David to do it, and then he will prevail.
I think there was another question from the chat.
Melanie70 writes, would it have been less work to support only Wayland on Plasma 6?
It would not have been less work, because removing code is easy. So removing all the X11 code. We tried to make the Wayland experience as good as possible for Plasma 6, so there should be no major differences. For example, I've been working on making if you have a complex Qt widgets app, it has toolbars and dock widgets, and you can drag them around, they will become new windows, you can drag them back into the window, they will reattach. That didn't work on Wayland because it relied on explicitly reading the coordinates of the mouse cursor and the window. And this was a major blocker for some apps for Wayland. And we tried to fix that, and we have a way forward. It's merged in Qt, but we want to, it's not upstreamed yet, but we can make it work. Any other opinions on would it have been less work to make Plasma 6 Wayland only?
So code-wise, we try to also separate X11 and Wayland code bases more. So it's mainly to minimize the potential damage caused by doing Wayland work, which can affect X11. And for Plasma 6 being Wayland only, I don't think it's possible because of things like NVIDIA and really old NVIDIA hardware. Like realistically, the only option that you have there is to run X11, and Wayland may not be an option for you, even though we would really like for as many as possible people to run Wayland.
Yeah, I think we could have gotten rid of a bunch of stuff, and removing Xorg support would have enabled us to do more refactors, but I think it would not have reduced the amount of work that is needed for Plasma 6.
Thank you, Anna. And question from the audience again.
Okay, so I think one of the most, like, as a developer also, one of the most annoying thing about the Wayland right now is the text input protocols. Like, that support is like completely mess. So what do you think is like in the future about that? Like, do you know anything about that?
David or Flat?
You have something in mind.
Yes. So we recently had a meeting on text input and text input protocols. And just to clarify for everyone in the room, the text input protocols right now are a mess. There's a version 1, there's a version 2 that doesn't exist, which Qt implements. There's a version 3, which improves on version 1 by making it worse. There's a version 4, which also doesn't exist, which is implemented by Qt. And then they've swapped a proprietary fork with a proprietary fork. So we've got a situation, but we had a meeting 2 weeks ago. We have a plan. That was followed up. It's now going to be one text input protocol called text input version 3, version 2.
I wouldn't say it's that bad though. Like today, things work.
Things work, but like the support-wise, let's say, like for example, there is a Mallet keyboard that we support right now, and it's using input method version 1. And on the Fosh side, for example, they have their own keyboard, and there is another protocol for that. So it's a kind of a protocol mess where, like, ideal situation would be that both communities agree on one single protocol, and like there is a interaction, like there is a interoperability of the keyboard. Like, so for example, Mallet keyboard can work on the Fosh, and Fosh keyboard can also work on the Plasma Mobile. So that kind of interoperability and like kind of agreement between these two communities is kind of missing, I guess.
But what happened there was, like, there was the input method v1 that was standardized. Actually, it's around since far more before I was around in Wayland, and Mallet implemented it far before I was in Wayland, and then Fosh appeared and they came up with their own protocol because apparently input method, it was horribly wrong, whereas, well, Mallet more or less has all of the features that, well, it used to have on the other platforms it used to support, like Ubuntu Phone and Nokia back then, right? I don't think we can take on us that somebody wants to do something else. I mean, it's perfectly fine to do that. It's actually something that Wayland supports, and they're free to do so. At the point, like having the conversation of merging the both of them is like a complex conversation because they are very different, and it kind of means that either they are gonna have to modify their code, which they don't wanna, or Mallet is gonna have to modify their code and they don't wanna. And Queen, I mean, we have Mallet that kind of works, so saying let's implement a third protocol that is gonna give us the features that we already seem to be getting is kind of weird, right? I think that the interesting discussion here is how do we make sure that other input methods that are not virtual keyboards are introduced into the picture. Like IBUS, for example. IBUS also, back in the day, they implemented the input method protocol, and it's there somehow, but nobody is using it, and they have this system where like they embed into the process and well, spy on the things that are happening within the process to implement the input method. That is a complex situation. It's the kind of thing we don't want to be doing on Wayland. I think that figuring out this problem is probably more important than making sure we use the same protocol as Fosh.
One quick comment on input method. There was a BOF Thursday morning, 9 o'clock, on input methods and virtual keyboards. I expect you to be there.
I hear there's a spicy question from the chat.
Nicholas17 writes, can a process draw into another process's window? I think that was done with xembed before. Is there a, quote, Wayland way to do that?
If you think about it, like the ability to draw into an arbitrarily another window of another app, it shouldn't be possible, right? It's a huge attack vector. Like your virus can just draw something in your app where you enter your password or something, or impersonate something, or whatever, right? But we know there are use cases where there might an app might want to do something like this. For example, the feature brought up in the accessibility talk from the audience that exerciser wants to highlight the current element and stuff like that. Or like you have a legitimate program that extends another program with functionality needs to draw in the window. So we know there are use cases like that, and it's something interesting to explore to make it possible.
And just because something's not done in a Wayland protocol doesn't mean it can't be solved, because we see Wayland, Firefox on Wayland has multiple processes. They are drawing in different processes in the same window. So it is a solved problem. We've also got other methods used in cars with the IPI shell.
I guess what you're saying is that the app that you want to draw into needs to operate, right? It needs to expect and want it to happen, because otherwise it's not a good thing.
I mean, it's a problem for somebody else, and that works for me.
Actually, something we're doing on KDE Connect has this feature on the presenter mode that you can point at the monitor, and actually, like, what we're doing there is like showing a full screen kind of dim window, and then like showing something, but wherever we want to show it, right? Which is the pointer. So, I mean, you definitely can draw on other windows. Actually, what you don't know on Wayland is where the other windows are, which, well, one fixes the exerciser problem, but fixes this one, because in this case, what we want to show is like a mousy thing somewhere in the monitor. So once again, here is like, why do you want to draw on another window, and what do you exactly want to do? If we get the semantics, we can do these features, right?
Continuing with the chat.
Telme writes, can we expect to see a rise in the number of window managers that use Wayland in the near future? And how significant will the role of Plasma to improve the adoption will be the role of Plasma?
Well, our plan to use Wayland is not so more people use Wayland. Our plan to use Wayland is to improve Plasma, to make Plasma a better product, and do it so through Wayland. If other people want to create projects around Wayland, that's very cool of them to do. I encourage them. It's very fun, but that was a bit of sarcasm. But I mean, they can do whatever they want. I mean, other people are using Wayland, and actually Wayland is designed to be to share information between like the different ways of communicating that we've been talking about, right? But as such, I am not hoping that lots of projects are gonna pop and start using Wayland. What really matters is to have solid Linux implementation, so everybody can use their computers however they want.
I think we have time for a last question. Anyone from the audience? Or you? Or from the chat?
J. Petso writes, this is a big one. One big difference of Wayland versus Xorg is we've been going from a single code base to many different compositors, each re-implementing similar functionality. I believe KWinFT moved towards adopting WL roots for Wayland-based functionality, among other things. Where does Quinn stand on implementing protocols from scratch versus moving towards sharing more code with other compositors in the future, and why?
I think one point of this, that implementing protocols is not the hard part, right? Implementing protocols straightforward. More interesting is all the other parts of a compositor that are more work. I guess we have some people with opinions on that here.
So the most hardest part about implementing Wayland compositor is not really about implementing a Wayland protocol, but about things that are lower, like DRM backend, etc. And for Wayland protocols, like, yeah, it might be worth sharing to minimize the boilerplate code. As for Quinn using WL roots, I'm not really convinced that we will get anything useful right now. So, for example, it gives us some flexibility with experimenting with some features. For example, Wayland scaling is one such example where we just changed our core Wayland abstractions to allow this kind of thing. And I expect that double roots people would not be happy with the changes that we made, but and that's where our opinion would be different, and that's fine. But another reason is that we already have existing code which works, and in just throwing away and putting the project or stalling all feature development for half a year or a year is not really smart. And if you write a new compositor, like, yeah, maybe it's worth considering reusing existing code. Also, I like to mention that we also refactor Queen, so it's easier to reuse its parts as well. So we kind of move to the same direction as double roots.
I think it's important to mention that this code duplication is a bit overblown, because have you seen how many X11 compositors are out there? There's so many, and they are not all simple, and there's a lot of shared code that could be shared, but isn't, because different projects have different goals, and it can often be a good thing that we can do things our own way, like with the X11 scaling, for example.
Could you also talk about some of the backend features that are
Yes, we support GPU resets, which no single other Wayland compositor supports yet, for example.
On that note, thank you to all. Time's up. See you all in the other room for the closing of Akademy and the sponsors talks. Yay!